Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the day. Our visiting artist with us through Friday is Rafi Ajl, and he brought his team with him from California to work with the Hot Shop team here at Museum of Glass. Currently, they are working on just a mold blown form, similar to the one here on the podium on the side of the Hot Shop. They're just cleaning up the top portion, and then next we'll move into blowing a larger form and adding parts to it. Rafi is in the all white outfit with the beanie on. And he's an artist based in Berkeley, California, who is obsessed with form and process. And he's driven by the possibilities of materiality, an insatiable curiosity, and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. And you will totally see all of those things come together here in the hot shop as they gather up a bunch of glass and blow into these molds. The molds are here in the buckets that have been soaking in water. They are wooden molds. As they work, they'll go in and out of the reheating chambers with the glass to keep it from cracking. They want to keep it nice and hot during the process. Those reheating chambers that they are just sticking the glass into to get reheated rest at about 2,300 degrees. In a bit, we're going to take this piece off the pipe and put it away, and then we're going to start over. And again, my name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as you can see, the process starts by dipping into the furnace and gathering up some glass. He's creating a connection point, and so he can lay color over that connection point. The furnace is where he gathered the glass. They hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. So within these silver chamber, I mean these silver-based ovens with the doors on the front of them, that is where all the molten glass is held. Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey as they rotate the rod. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself, and when you come out, you have a gather. In this case, they're going to lay color over the connection point that he created. Then he's going to blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble. He'll continue to gather over that because the more mass we have will then allow us to put enough volume in that bubble to fill the molds that we're blowing into. So now we'll place that piece in the garage, which is this silver oven here on the left side of the hot shop. The garage is a place where we can place glass to be held at a steady temperature. The temperature is warm enough to hold it, but it's not high enough to where the glass will continue to melt. It'll rest there, and then we'll continue into the next piece that we're going to create. So if you look up at the big screen there, that cloth-like material he's using to shape the glass is a stack of newspapers that's been folded up and soaked in water. It provides a very intimate tool for shaping, almost as if he's using his bare hand. We're gonna have to set the bubble up to be able to blow into one of the molds that are within these containers here. Rafi Ajl is here with us working with the Hot Shop team. He brought his team. He'll be here till Friday. We have to allow the bubble to cool down a bit because we can't just keep gathering quickly over warm glass. The cooler it is, the better it is. When you dip into the furnace, the more glass you'll be able to capture. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So, as you can see here, the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them are furnaces, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. If you're ever interested in what's happening here under the cone on the hot shop floor, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday, so you can always log on to museumofglass.org to watch what's happening from the comfort of your home. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it will start to get warm as we continue to dip into those high temp ovens and furnaces. And so he'll cool down the pipe at the pipe cooler. It's orange only because it's hot. That all the glass within the furnace is clear when it cools down. And then with that block, he'll help stabilize those outer layers. The blocks are great for shaping the glass. As they continue to gather up on this bubble to be able to prep, to be able to dip into the mold, I just want to show you guys a little bit more about Rafi. He's a Berkeley, California-based artist, and on the big screen you can see some of his past works. He's obsessed with form and process and is driven by the possibilities of materiality, and he has an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. He believes that there's an infinite world in every object and looks to push the edges and find breaking points. His approach is rooted in post-structuralist theory, which emphasizes the process in never terminal but boundless and full of play. It was fun to watch them work here, him, Rafi, and his team, and the Hot Shop team work in the Hot Shop yesterday. There was a lot of excitement and really large scale pieces being created. They're going to make another large scale piece and add parts onto the top of it in just a moment. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we are gathering glass around the end of a rod. We need a large mass of glass to be able to blow into a mold. The molds are here soaking in the buckets. It's actually right here on the ground. He's taken it out. It's wood that's been soaked. It doesn't catch on fire due to the soaking, which is great. If you guys are ever interested in events and activities happening here at Museum of Glass, be sure to log on to museumofglass.org to learn about our hands-on workshops. This weekend we'll have hands-on workshops here in the Hot Shop, which are led by Hilltop Artist alumni. They'll be making paperweights in the Hot Shop, and then within the education studios, they'll be slumping glass. So that's a bit less intense. So if you're interested in creating in any way, be sure to get on to museumofglass.org to learn about our experiences. And then mark your calendars for third Thursdays, because every third Thursday we're open free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. And April 18th and 19th, we'll be celebrating 420 weekend. The Hot Shop will be taken over with torches. Torches, and there'll be flame working, rigs, and bongs on tabletop torches with borosilicate glass. And then they'll also be making furnace-created bongs. They typically will do like a life-size piece as well. So be sure to subscribe to learn about the events happening here at Museum of Glass. Yeah, it doesn't go away. And they all smell really, really, really expensive. But I'm gonna try to erase it now. So as they work, they'll go in and out of these reheating chambers in front of the benches. The glass needs to stay above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock during the process. And this reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only designed to reheat the glass, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. So now if you look up at the big screen, what he's doing is he's carving into the glass. This is a reference point which will indicate the end of the rod and the beginning of the piece. We call that a jack line. It's important to have a well-carved jack line within the piece so when we're ready to take it off the pipe, we'll be able to remove it properly. So as we continue to gather that glass, it gets a bit heavy to maneuver in and out of the um, furnace, and so we'll get some assistance by using this tool here. So he'll be able to dip into the furnace a bit easier, gather up some more glass, and then come out. That glass, it's just so, so, so hot. It's very molten. And if you don't twist fast enough, it will come off of the rod. It'll just drip off like honey. So this will be the transfer rod to for the piece that they're creating. It's better to create this transfer rod because it takes a bit of time. So it's better to prep it and just hold it and then use it when they need it than it is to prep it. Than it is to make it at the same time that they will need it. It's a really large transfer rod, so it takes a bit of time to create. For those of you who are just joining us, Rafi Ajl is here with us in the hot shop working through Friday. He brought his team up from California to work with the hot shop team. Yesterday they made two really large scale pieces, and this one that they're creating now will be very large also. As we constantly take glass out of the furnaces here in the hot shop, we have a technician that has to refill the furnaces because it doesn't just magically reappear. That would be great if it did, but it doesn't. So the hot shop tech, he runs all of the ovens and the furnaces, and he makes sure that everything is running very well here in the hot shop. So once a week or once every other week, he'll make sure that that 1,000 pound will stay up to level. As the glass mass grows, the block sizes grow as well. And those blocks are pieces of hollowed out fruit wood that have been soaked in water. They'll stabilize those outer layers. They'll make sure the shape is very even. This is important because when they blow into the pipe, we need for the bubble to expand evenly. So we have to go in and out of that reheating chamber and shape the glass a good number of times, because in order for it to fit into the mold properly, it has to be cool in some spaces, hot in other spaces. There has to be a really happy medium. You can't just go into the mold. It's so heavy that it'll just kind of come off of the pipe quickly. It's heavy and it's hot, and gravity will just pull it down. So they're setting it up to be able to dip into the mold to have a successful outcome. So he'll blow and cap the pipe to expand that bubble. Eventually, he will not be able to blow into the pipe anymore. And that's what will indicate, okay, he can come out of the mold and the glass is starting to solidify and take the shape of the mold. So now with his hot torch, he's just gonna go in and cure any of the spaces that may have um, got affected within that mold. So he's using his hot torch. He'll also flatten the bottom. We have to transfer the piece from this initial pipe, I believe, but maybe not. We'll see what happens next. And when they're ready, they're gonna take pieces out of the annealing oven here on the right side of the hot shop and stick them on top of this piece that they've taken out of the mold. Welcome, students, to the hot shop. We have Rafi Ajl working in the hot shop this week with us through Friday. And as you can see, he's created this really large scale piece so far here in the hot shop today. The next step will be to make sure that it's very well heated and shaped on the bottom. And then he's gonna start to take parts out of the annealing oven and place them onto the top. It'll kind of look like a birthday cake, similar but not the same. My name is Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. The reason why they're hitting the connection point there at the end of the rod with the torch is because we don't want that area to get too cold. It's the last part into the reheating chamber, and it's the first part of the piece that comes out. So we have to make sure that the piece is evenly heated, and that is how we do that. Rafi is the man in the all white on the right side of the hot shop here. He brought his team up from Berkeley, California to work with the hot shop team to create his work here at Museum of Glass. That chamber that they just came out of, it's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only a reheating chamber. There's no molten hot glass within that chamber, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees while they're working. So within this oven here, there are some additional parts that'll be placed on top of the current piece that we're working on. It'll end up looking like a birthday cake. Not the same, but similar. So Rafi Ajl is the man in the all-white outfit. He is here with his team through Friday, and to create his works. And for those of you who joined us just a little bit after I showed his past works, can we see some of Rafi's past works again? He's a Berkeley, California-based artist who is obsessed with form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality, and he has an insatiable curiosity and reverence for the pressure of the creative process. He believes that there is an infinite world in every object, and he looks to push the edges and find breaking points. Can we see some of Rafi's past works? Up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see his past works. This week has been exciting already. Yesterday, they made some large-scale items similar to the one they're working on now in the hot shop. And if you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab. You can watch what's happening here in the hot shop. He has to shoot the end portion of the pipe to keep it nice and hot, so that's why he's hitting it with the torches. That portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And we have to make sure that everything is evenly heated throughout. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. So to add on to this sculpture, they'll put almost like barnacles. They kind of remind me of a barnacle on the side. So they'll create two holes and attach two parts, and then they'll put on the larger pieces onto the top, kind of like like candles on top of a birthday cake. So as they're sculpting the holes on top of this piece, then they'll be able to add the additional parts that are being brought up to temperature in the oven. For those of you who are just joining us, we can only stay out of that reheating chamber for so long. So that's why they have to go in and out. Can we see the glory hole diagram? She's also hitting the connection point of the rod because that portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. So that's why she's torching it. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see this chamber they're standing in front of is powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. Rafi Ajl is here with his team, working with the Hot Shop team to create his sculptural work. As you can see, it's pretty big, and it's going to grow and get bigger as they add additional parts to the top. It'll kind of have like the resemblance of a birthday cake, but it won't be exactly that. Can we see some of Rafi's past works? He's a Berkeley, California-based artist, and he really likes to push the bounds of material, and you'll be able to see that as he works here in the hot shop this week. He'll be here through Friday. He likes to also keep the material, keep the perspective of play in the material while he's experimenting with any material. That little tiny torch he's using to heat the glass gets up to about 5,000 degrees. And so we really want to see the glass glow orange at the end of the piece and where they're placing it, because we want the connection to fuse and be very, very sticky. When they finish this piece, they will take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back and do it all again. But we're not done yet. We have a few more pieces to put on top of the sculpture, and then we'll, we'll take a break. The additional parts have to rest in that oven because they're being brought up slowly up to that 1000 or above degrees temperature to be able to be placed onto the sculpture. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. Rafi Ajl is here with his team from Berkeley, California, creating in the Hot Shop with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They have to go in and out of the reheating chamber while they're working to prevent any sort of shock. That chamber only reheats the glass and it rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. The torches are powered by propane and oxygen, and the reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. So the paddles are wood because they do a good job of not eliminating heat from the glass immediately. When you constantly come in contact with the material, with metal, it actually will leave impressions of stress within the glass because it's so cold and chilling, but wood leaves a soft finish. So we're gonna get closer to the point in time where we'll take this piece off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. You'll see that they're putting on safety gear to be able to catch the piece after it's released from the pipe. For all my youth visitors in the in the audience, be sure to check out our kids design glass table and take a kids design glass submission form home with you. If you submit an application to the kids design glass contest and you're chosen, the hot shop team will call you back and they'll create your drawing, two of them. One will go home with you and your family, and one will stay here for our permanent collection to be displayed over time. You have to be 12 and younger to apply to the Kids Design Glass program. They have to flash that, so they have to torch that in portion of the pipe. That portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first, so that is why they're hitting it with the torch. So he'll cinch that connection point to create tension within the material. So he'll make it nice and weak. And then when he's ready, he'll put water over the glass. We have to make sure that that area is super duper hot, nice and spicy, so when they lay water over the area, thermal shock will set in. He'll put a little water on that jack line he carved in, that weak point he carved in. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will release the glass from the rod. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Rafi Ali, his team, Rafi Ajl, his team, and the Hot Shop team. So now they're gonna wheel it over to the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight within this oven to prevent thermal shock. And let's give them one more big round of applause. Clap it up. And that is how a sculpture is created here in the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Thursday, and thank you so much for hanging out with us. So we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back in about 1 hour to do it all again.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop.
Pulling?
Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. A little bit of heavy thing? Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the visiting arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful, you know?
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you've worn cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some ramage. Ramage. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Come make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the true background, is that cane or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first thing like type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper, so like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondels for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondels. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where,
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in and just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So to keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first poll. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
polished thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would have? I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like radicello, emerletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the radicello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And and it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and if I have a 4-year-old son, it's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hot Shop. As you know, we have Rafi Ajl and his team up from Berkeley, California, creating with the Hot Shop team. I'll let you guys know exactly what we're going to make in just a moment. It'll consist of blowing a hot bubble of glass into a mold, into a wooden mold, as they did before lunch. And my name is Emily, so if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So they'll heat up the rod, the steel rod, and then they'll dip into the furnace and rotate the rod to gather some glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. For those of you who are just joining us, Rafi Ajl is here with his team from Berkeley, California. He came as a visiting artist through tomorrow to work with the Hot Shop team. They've been making some very grand, large-scale items that start off with the foundation of blowing into a mold. There's some pieces that are similar to the tiny ones here on the podium. They've made some Lunch, we made a really large scale sculpture. It almost looked like a birthday cake or like a crystal. It was really pretty. He's really into exploring materials and pushing the limits of the material. We've got to see that as they've worked here in the hot shop. So after they gather glass from the furnace, they'll then blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble. When we're making items blowing into molds of large scale, we have to gather a lot of glass. So that consists of gathering, shaping, chilling, and then repeating that process until we have enough glass to be able to blow that bubble out and fill the mold. They'll work in and out of the reheating chambers in front of the bench. In front of the benches. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. They rest at 2,300 degrees while they're working, and they're only for reheating. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chambers. Thank you. Again, my name is Emily, so if you guys have questions, feel free to let me know. And if you're ever curious and would like to know what's happening here in the hot shop, you can get onto our live stream. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org. So they clipped some color over a hollow pipe. So now that they clipped the color, you won't be able to see it a ton while they're working. It's a really transparent color. But now they're gonna blow into the pipe, create a bubble, and then they're gonna add more glass around the end of the rod. And they're gonna do this a few good times. And here on the floor, this might be the mold that they're going to use. They're prepping it right now, just letting it kind of like dry a little bit. It's a wooden mold. It's been soaked in water, and the water helps prevent it from catching on fire while they blow into it. So next month we'll have a couple of events surrounding 420 here at the Museum of Glass. On April 18th and 19th, we'll have different artists from the area come and showcase their bong making skills, rig making skills. We'll set up torches here in the hot shop. Bongs are often created on tabletop on a torch, and then some are made from the hot shop as well. The furnace worked apparatuses. And so if you're interested in learning about how those type of pieces are created, be sure to subscribe to our newsletter to learn about the different events and activities we have going on here. And so that is a joint venture. It's a celebration around how those glass pieces are created here at the museum. And then there's always hands-on workshops and events happening during the weekends. And often when you have By the Furnace experience, we'll have Hilltop Artist alumni instructing the hands-on experiences within the hot shop. And then we'll also have education studio experiences available. I think this weekend it might be slumping, so creating a glass dish. It's a cold glass application process within the Ed Studio. So if you have any interest in experiencing how glass is made, be sure to log on to museumofglass.org to sign up for a workshop. We have to just keep gathering the glass, stabilizing it. It's going to be a good amount of time. I'll say let's say maybe 35 minutes before we're going to dip the glass into the mold and blow it out, in case you guys are wondering. But I'll give you a more precise time frame in just a second. So as we constantly dip into the furnace to take the glass and use it while creating here in the hot shop, those levels start to get low. So the hot shop technician will have to refill the furnace, and that's a process we refer to as charging the furnace. It would be great if the glass just like magically reappeared, but it doesn't. So our hot shop technician will refill the furnace once a week or once every other week. It just depends on how much we use. So to learn a little bit more about the glass inside of the furnace, can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we have to allow for the glass to rest and chill before we dip back into the furnace. When it's just cool enough, it's able to grab more glass as you gather. So we gather, set it up, blow it out a little bit if we need to, then gather, set it up again. And yes, it's heavy as they keep going. So that cloth-like material he'll use to shape the glass is a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. It's orange because it's hot. Like I said earlier, that furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. When it cools down, it'll be a transparent color with a really pretty tint of silver and maybe some gold. As they reheat the glass in that reheating chamber rests at 2,300 degrees. It's important that we keep the piece above about 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock during the process. He's setting up the foundation for the mold. That mold, he's laying it flat so it'll add more texture when they dip that bubble into the mold that he's going to roll up right here. It'll be like a piece of a cylinder, like a slither of a cylinder type of shape. So they're preparing the transfer rod. When after we make this piece, we're gonna have to take it off of the initial pipe we started on to be able to clean up the top. And so they have to prep and make the transfer rod now because it's so big that it takes a while to create. And that's what he's doing on the right side of the hot shop. I'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down a little bit. Steel's not the best conductor of heat, but it will start to get warm up where they need to grip the pipe at. So when they dip into the furnace, they'll go back to the bench. After they dip into the furnace, they'll go back to the bench and they'll use these tools. These blocks are hollowed out pieces of fruit wood that have been soaking in water. They're ideal for this process because they shape the outside of that bubble while keeping the core nice and hot. And then when they blow into the end of the rod, the bubble expands evenly. That's really important because you always want the walls to be even when you're creating a piece. And as the mass at the end of the rod grows, as they continue to gather, the block size does as well. So you can get, they can start at about the size of my fist and go all the way as big as they need to be able to help cool and stabilize that glass. So whenever they pluck at the glass like this, they're plucking out the bubbles. They often don't want bubbles, so they'll pull them out and then they'll cut them away. So if you look up at the big screen there, as he carves into the material, he's creating a line of tension, a weak point in the glass. This is a reference point which will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome into the hot shop. We are creating, well, right now we're gathering glass, and then we're going to blow into the mold here on the ground to create a sculpture. Rafi Ajl is here with his team, and they're working with the hot shop team this week to create different sort of sculptures. It takes a while to build up to be able to dip into the mold because we need a lot of glass to fill the mold. And to be able to get a lot of glass at the end of the rod takes gathering and setting the glass up, letting it chill, and then gathering again, setting the glass up and allowing it to chill. So they have to allow for the glass to cool down. So they're heating that connection point. They don't want this area to get too cold. So with that little torch, they're heating it. Now we're gonna go back into the furnace. We need a little assistance because this is gonna be a big gather. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the furnace that they just gathered glass from, we have two of them here in the hot shop. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. And then back in with that block. The block will help stabilize that glass, cool those walls, even those walls out and cool the material down. He'll shield his face because that glass is well above 2,000 degrees. Blowing into a mold, it takes a lot of precision, and you only have one shot to get it right after doing all of this work. And so that's why they will shape the glass steadily. And you don't want the end portion of the pipe to be too hot, so that has to be nice and stiff. The bottom can't be too hot. It has to be a happy medium to go into the mold and expand and take the shape of the mold. So as they go into the mold, he'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it. He'll only be able to blow into the pipe so many times before he's not able to anymore. And that is when he'll know he's able to come out of the mold. They have to torch the connection point at the end of the rod while they're cleaning up other parts of the piece itself. They have to torch this because that part goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first, and we don't want that part to get too cold. We need the piece to stay evenly heated throughout. So that is why they're torching the end of the rod. Rafi Ajl is here with us working. He's the man in the all-white outfit. He brought his team up from California to work with the Hot Shop team. Artists often apply to have residencies here in the Hot Shop due to the studio and the equipment we have to be able to make these really awesome large-scale items. And we have people who are knowledgeable. They know a lot about the material and the process, so they're able to help streamline ideas and bring them to life here in the Hot Shop. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. It only has heat inside of it. So they're going to take a little connection piece out of the oven where it's heating up, and they're going to stick it where they created that hole. It looks similar to like a part like this. Now that they've transferred it to an additional rod, they'll be able to clean up the top portion of the piece. When they attach glass to glass, they want both parts to be nice and hot and soft and fused so they can fuse together properly. We'll do another attachment on this sculpture here, and then I think that'll complete the sculpture. So he'll cinch the glass so he is able to create a weak point. So then that way when he lays water in that area, thermal shock will set in and it'll help him release the glass from the end of the rod. And let's give Rafi Ajl and the Hot Shop team a big round of applause. They'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And one more time, let's give them all a big round of applause for all their hard work. And that's how it's done here in the hot shop. And they'll move on to something different in a moment. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here today at Museum of Glass. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace with that hollow blowpipe. He'll create a connection point. Then they will lay a color bar over that connection point. So they're just adding a little bit of color into the surface of the glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? Dipping into the furnaces here, these silver tanked ovens with the doors on the front of them. They're like dipping into a jar of honey. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. And then from there, they'll work in and out of the glory holes. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So these chambers are designed to reheat the glass, which is where they're standing now. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used only for reheating, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. When they're making work here in the hot shop for this type of work, they will gather glass and then dip it into one of the molds and blow the glass out. Thank you. And blow the glass out into the mold. The molds are sitting in the tubs of water, and they are wood. Thank you. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask my name, and feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Feel free to ask my name. So when the glass cools down, it'll be clear. It's only orange because it's super hot. This does have a slight tint of color to it though also, but it's transparent, so it'll still kind of look clear. At the bench there, he'll stabilize the glass while expanding that bubble. So as they gather that molten hot glass with the block there, the tool he's using, it's a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water. It'll help stabilize and cool down those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. And then he'll go in with his papers. His papers are a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. It's a great tool that provides him with it's a very intimate shaping tool, almost as if he's using his bare hand. Okay, so when they have the right amount of glass, they'll come over to this mold here and dip the glass into the mold and blow into the end of the rod to expand it. And we're going to create a shape similar to the one here on the podium. We already have one resting in the garage, and we're going to connect the two pieces together. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. Rafi Ajl is here with his team from California, creating with the Hot Shop team through tomorrow. Can we see some of Rafi's past works? So he's based in Berkeley, California, and he's obsessed with form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality and an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. He believes that there is an infinite world in every object and looks to push the edges and find breaking points. They know when to come out of the mold because eventually he won't be able to add any more air into the end of that rod. And then back into the reheating chamber to flash the piece. So now we'll connect the transfer rod. He'll put a little bit of water on the surface of the glass and thermal shock will set in. And when he taps the pipe, it'll release the piece from the rod. Thermal shock, tap the pipe. So now with this hot torch, he'll get this in portion of the rod, the glass nice and hot. It's kind of like giving it a good preheat. And then he'll be able to clean up the top and then we'll attach another sculpture similar. And I think after that, we will be closer to being done for the day. They can only stay out of the reheating chamber for a certain amount of time before they have to go back in and reheat the body of the piece to prevent thermal shock. So that's why they keep going back into the chamber. And then he's just cleaning up the in portion of this piece. That hot torch is well above 5,000 degrees, and it gets the glass nice and hot to be able to manipulate the material. Rafi Ajl is here with us through Friday, creating work here in the hot shop. Now we'll prepare to take this piece off the pipe and place it in the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down to prevent thermal shock. We have to make sure that that connection point is nice and spicy, so when he lays water on the glass, thermal shock will set in and it'll help release the piece off the end of the rod. Tap it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And that is how a sculpture is stacked here in the hot shop. And I think that'll be it for the day. Can we see Rafi's Instagram handle, the slide with his information?